January 28, 2019, City Council Committee of the Whole meeting to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Borowitz. Brooks.
Here.
Crawford.
Here.
Frank.
Here.
Freeman.
Here.
Porter.
Here.
Ratcliffe. Sanderson.
Here.
Snow.
Here.
Stevens. 7 present.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. We'll try to keep warm tonight and get everybody home at a reasonable hour. First up tonight, we have a special presentation by Amanda Mail, our Boone County Health Department leader. If you'd like to come up and introduce yourself to the folks and share with us what you brought to us tonight. I would say that to brag on Amanda a little bit, she's a rising star in the healthcare world with the idea of community health, and she has some important things to say tonight about our community. Amanda?
Great. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. Good evening, everyone. I am Amanda Mail with the Boone County Health Department, and I am pleased to serve the almost 54,000 residents of this county, which includes the city of Belvidere. We serve lots of city residents on a daily basis with a variety of different programs that we have at our facility, including women, infants, and children, childhood vaccinations, sexually transmitted infection tests. We do chronic disease screenings. We work with our homeless population, our elderly population, our kids. So we have a lot of really exciting programs going on right now. I did want to pass around my business cards so that if you have any questions or concerns, or you'd like to address anything further with me related to what I'm going to talk about this evening, you're more than welcome to call me, send me an email, reach out to me. Be happy to engage in some additional dialogue so you can learn a little bit more about what we're working on. So I want to start out just by saying that I have a few pieces of trivia that I'm going to throw out there for you, because I like to make sure that you're engaged and interested in what I might be discussing. So I'm wondering if anybody knows what the largest inpatient mental health facility in the state of Illinois is. It's a good guess. The Cook County Jail. So the Cook County Jail is the largest inpatient mental health facility in the state of Illinois. And I know just from doing some background research on how much it costs to house people in the jail, that's not a terribly effective use of taxpayer dollars, and it's also not a terribly effective programming strategy for people that might be suffering from overdose issues, from drug abuse, from mental health disorders. They've been off their medications. There could be a whole variety of different health-related things going on with them, and that may not be the best place for them, both from a community health standpoint, but also from a taxpayer dollar standpoint. I know here in our Boone County jail, we are also housing a lot of folks that are in an overdose, abuse and misuse situation, and also have active mental health disorders. So I've been working with a group of stakeholders since April of 2017, so almost 2 years now that we've been working on putting together a systematic strategic plan for how we as a county can address the behavioral health issues that we have in the community. So when I say behavioral health, I mean mental health and also substance abuse. And many of you in the room who are working in local law enforcement or in the healthcare field or have a background in any of those areas know that those two things often go hand in hand. So substance abuse and mental health go hand in hand. Many of you have maybe had a family member or have been touched personally with a situation in your extended family of an overdose or a misuse. In Boone County, our fatal overdose rate is actually higher than the state average. So that's very concerning to me that we have what we would call an epidemic on our hands. So not influenza, not Zika virus, but an overdose issue that is really gotten out of control in the last handful of years. So this group has been meeting, like I said, since April of 2017, and we've put together a final report, which I believe was provided to all of you before the meeting, and it's our sequential intercept mapping model. And just to break it down maybe in simpler terms, if you didn't have a chance to read word for word the 45 plus pages that were here for you with lots of data, the group met and we had representatives from city, from county, from local law enforcement, from our local healthcare providers, from both of our public school districts, from our 3 healthcare systems, from public health, from some of our social social service agencies, so Rosecrans and Remedies have been present in these discussions, and we've basically gone through a six-step process where we've looked at our local law enforcement and our healthcare system here in the county to figure out what services we already have in place and what might be missing. What are the gaps? Where are people falling through the cracks? Where do we have one of our 54,000 residents who has some additional needs that aren't getting addressed as adequately or accurately as or cost effectively as possible. So the Sub-Zero is out in the community, and that's where we would like to keep people. We'd like to keep them out of the booking process, out of the jail, out of our court system, and get them into a mental health inpatient facility that is not a jail, and get them into recovery services. So it basically details from inner Sub-Zero, which is the community, all the way through the criminal justice process, and how can we help to divert people from that process and get them the health and wellness support that they need to recover. So that essentially is what is in the sequential intercept mapping report. And then if you get into the last 10 pages or so, it just talks a little bit about what some of our goals and objectives are as a task force, and what we've been working on and how we plan to move forward really for the next 3 to 5 years. So it's a strategic roadmap for what we need to be doing as a city and as a county to keep people safe and healthy. So the Centers for Disease Control and also the Department of Justice at the federal level have really declared the opioid epidemic to be an emergency that we need to be responding to as quickly as possible. Anybody know what the leading cause of death among individuals under 50 is right now? Opioid related issues. So it's surpassed car accidents and all the other things that we normally think of when we think of people dying, before they turn 50. So that's of concern as well, right? And so the recommendations in the back are based on research that's available at both the state and federal level. Looking at it from a public safety and a public health and wellness standpoint. So we want to address these issues and work with people because it is a public safety concern that we have in the community. If we're tying up local law enforcement time to be working with people that really belong in some special care. And so I was actually talking just a little bit with Chief Heiser before the meeting, and he actually has some numbers on what's been going on in Belvidere, at least as far as what the fire department has been responding to. So that's just a small fraction of the overall response, because I know that, correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, but Belvidere Police Department is also trained for Narcan saves. I know Boone County Sheriff's Department is also trained. My staff are trained, and all the health systems are trained. So I don't know if you wanted to mention those.
This morning, when I looked up, we queried how many overdose and poisoning responses we have as a fire department, and our average is 20 per year for the last 15 years. So there is definitely something to it out there, without a doubt. So.
Sure. Thank you so much.
You bet.
So also included in the materials that I gave you, I believe, were a couple of letters of support from Rosecrans, from the probation department here in Boone County, and then also from the task force as a whole. What we're trying to move forward with is to write for some federal grants that would allow us to provide some funding, mostly public safety dollars it would be for, because that's really where the response effort needs to take place right now. We need to get people into health care, and so get them out of the criminal justice system and get them off the hands of our local law enforcement and into sustainable treatment options, so that they can have a recovery and they can live a more productive life and contribute to our city. So I have brought this information forward to both the Boone County Board of Health and the Boone County Board, and have been able to acquire some funding from both of those governing boards to move forward with the federal grant writing that we would like to do. The task force has identified half a dozen federal grants over the next year that we would like to apply for, that would bring Washington level dollars here to our local community to build this basic basically build this sequential intercept map that we want to build, which is our strategic plan for dealing with this epidemic. And so I am here today to share this information with you, and then also answer any questions that you have. I'm also here to kindly ask that you consider not only supporting our efforts morally, but also in a financial way in your upcoming budget negotiations. It would be extremely helpful to have some financial backing from the city to move this project forward, because they do feel that this is really our most sustainable and evidence-based way to deal with what I would call a crisis. If we have people in our local community who are dying of something that's 100% preventable. So I guess, Mayor, I don't know if you had anything else to add, or if now's the time that I ask for questions, or how you guys would like to proceed.
A couple of things. Would you share with us, I think it'll open some eyes, how widespread this is based on demographics? It's not just young people, it's pervasive, all age levels, which I think is something that we need to understand. It's all age and income levels, and it's not one particular group of people or another.
Sure. Actually, I was just reading the updated data that's available on that. 80% of people who are now addicted to heroin started with a legal prescription from their provider. So we're talking about addiction illness that really surpasses all socioeconomic levels, all race and ethnic backgrounds, all religious backgrounds, all income levels, all ages, as the mayor alluded to. So that's just a hard number for me to wrap my brain around. I think a lot of times, if we haven't been touched personally, if we haven't had a family member who has struggled with addiction, it's hard to imagine, well, that must be happening, in a certain area of our community or with a certain group of folks. It's actually happening to everybody, and it's starting with that legal prescription. So that's been sort of a process that has exploded over time and really gotten out of control, both locally and on the national level. So,
Chief Woody.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I may just share a story with you based off of experience that some of our officers had responding to a call for service to an opioid overdose. It was a female in her 60s. She was prescribed legal pain medication, and she had taken some, and then a short while later forgotten that she had actually taken more and overdosed. We ended up having to respond and Narcan to revive her. So, in addition to that, there was a female in her 40s who had a myriad of medical issues, was prescribed legal opioid medication, had taken some, but had taken an overdose amount unintentionally. Again, had to be Narcan and revived. So, like the mayor said, and Amanda said, it's not just people that are using medications and illegal substances. It covers a lot of different backgrounds and something that we're seeing more and more of.
Alderman Sanderson.
Thanks, Your Honor. Yeah, I'm a certified addictions counselor, and we deal with this stuff every day.
Yeah.
I've met with Patrick Kennedy, who's on 3 different occasions. He's on President Trump's task force for opiates.
Great.
There's more people that are killed last year than in the whole Vietnam War in 1 year. So this is an epidemic, and and there's no doubt that there's a lot of people that get addicted to opiates, and they may have never partied when they were teenagers or anything else. They're very embarrassed. Some people that I see are very embarrassed because they're in their 60s and they get hooked on their doctor cuts them off, but then they're addicted to opiates, and it's for legitimate reasons. So this is a thing that we have to work. This is something that's affected everybody, and I'm glad that we're bringing this out in the open, and I know you guys have Narcan training for people or parents that need to do that, and I'm certified, and that's easy training that I can learn. So I'm glad it is. I'm going to have some questions later on about some of the semantics on this and what kind of money you're looking for, what other communities you know, and what type of funding are you looking for, especially initially?
Did you want me to answer those now or how? I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm not sure how it normally works here at your council meetings.
Are we going to vote on anything, or is this informational?
We'll discuss, make a motion, you know, follow the normal path. If you wanted to share with them what the financial arrangements are with the county and the
Sure.
other agencies that are involved in what you're looking for from us, that'd be great.
Sure, I'd be more than happy to do that. So I started the process of representing the task force in terms of going before different boards to request, like I had mentioned before, not only your moral support, but also the financial support going into the new budget cycles. So at this point, you all are the third stop on my tour, if you will, to gain, you know, the community awareness and buy-in, both morally and financially for this project. I have presented to the Boone County Board and secured $10,000 worth of funding towards the work that we'll be doing, laying out the applications and applying for the grants. We did a sort of informal cost analysis as to if we were to apply for these grants over here, this one, then what would be our return on investment if we're putting in X amount of dollars, and how much do we hope to gain back from that? So we're looking at multi-year federal level grants that are in the ballpark of $1 to $5 million over several year period of time. So we want to apply for grants that are going to be sustainable, that are going to give us multi-year worth of building our process, so that then when that grant funding is done, we actually have programs in place that are sustainable. And one of the best ways to do that is to get that federal seed money and then work on developing the programs that offer the billable services to sustain the program. So if we were to set up a outpatient mental health program in Boone County, in addition to what already exists, not duplicating, but enhancing what we have, then if we had counselors and clinicians that could bill for the appointments, the groups, the services, bill Medicaid, bill Medicare, bill insurance, then we would be working to develop a sustainable program that once that grant funding ends, then we can continue to do the work and cover our costs. It's not about making money, it's about making sure that we can break even so that we're not coming every year back to the city council saying, hi, city council, here we are again, we need X number of dollars again. It would be, the idea would be to then develop that sustainability component. So multi-year sustainable grants, more in that 1 million plus ballpark. Many of them will be renewable, so that if we can show progress in the program, then we would have the opportunity to apply for subsequent funding periods if we so chose. So I hope I answered.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't mind, Your Honor. I noticed that when I was reading this that there's not anybody that does any detox in Boone County. We don't even have the new hospital doesn't the emergency rooms detox people. I was under the impression that almost all class 1 hospitals detox people. We don't have that in the Belvidere suites or anything where they do a detox when someone's needs a detox.
No, we don't. Yeah, we don't have. Generally, if somebody needs detox or mental health services, and they go to our Swedish American UW emergency department here, then they are triaged and sent to Rockford. Whether it's to go to one Swedes inpatient there in Rockford or another inpatient hospital, or if they are to transition to a program like an inpatient program at Rosecrans or Remedies. But we currently do not have any detox programs or inpatient mental health programs in Boone County.
I'm aware that you don't have any inpatient mental health. You have Rosecrans outpatient here.
Yes.
Yes, but as far as the detox, whether just need immediate care, they could take care of some immediate detox right in an emergency room.
They stabilize
Yeah.
patient medically.
Yes.
They call for psych consult. They ship the patient to a Rockford hospital. It can take a day or 2 days to get a psych consult. It's this long trail that keeps people from getting the care that they need immediately. And part of that whole program, the $1 million grant we applied for last fall through Growth Dimensions, was to secure the funding to redevelop the old St. Joe Hospital into a community center that would address these issues. Were one of the 22 different things that we wanted to address.
since you brought that up, could I follow up on that, Your Honor? So I see in the St. Joe's Hospital, it's been kind of sitting dormant for a while. I think we got it for not much and sold it, whatever. But I think there's a lot of work to do on that. But I think when I was in council when we got that hospital, and there was something that we could not use it for a medical facility or a hospital when we were given that hospital for $1 or whatever it is. So you might want to look at that because
I'm well aware of that.
okay.
There's a covenant in the deed that says if it was going to be used for a medical facility, we would need to involve the sisters to deliver the care. I feel in discussions that I've had that that's no longer something that we have to
Mr. Mayor, just point of clarification, we don't own the hospital.
I know that, but what part of that we could not ever use that is that still in the contract in that
There's a
deed or
there's a
whatever
deed
it is?
there's a deed restriction with respect to the hospital that was placed by the former owners of the hospital. I say former owners, I think it was the sisters. And whoever, if anybody wanted to use the hospital for medical purposes, they had to give them the right of first refusal to provide the nursing care.
So they could okay it. See, I'm not trying to nix it. I'm just trying to get the information out of the case.
if we are successful, and we will try for this grant from the Rockefeller Foundation again next year, if we're successful of getting a grant of that size or a grant of this size, and we can figure out other partners to form a non-profit to turn that into a community center that would address a number of social as well as other issues in our community, like having a community kitchen, like having technical training, like having physical therapy, like having adult daycare for dementia patients, having full-time. We've discussed this in the round table specifically with Rose Cranston, is having someone there and the 3 hospital systems about having a crisis center there that was manned 24/7. If we're able to do those kinds of things, and in the discussions that I've had off camera with the OSF people, they're not going to pursue that any longer. It makes no sense. They don't have enough sisters to deliver the care, and they have no interest in doing that. So we would have a process that we'd have to go through to clarify that. But, you know, the whole have the ability to solve our own issues at this point in time, and it holds people back from getting the kind of care that they need. The jail is not a place to help people, and the cost to the taxpayers. We're building more jails than anything else, and the cost to the taxpayers that doesn't have a positive result at the end of the cycle. This is a better way of looking at it. The county has agreed, not just offered, but agreed to an additional $10,000 over and above what your normal budget is for the health department. And so Amanda was coming to us to see if we would be able to possibly match that. This is a community problem. I think we need to address that as a community. Alderman Brooks?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. I was wondering, Amanda, what the medical profession contributes towards this crisis, both doctors and pharmaceutical companies and so on. I know we've got a couple of pretty big pharmaceutical companies here in Illinois.
Sure.
And I used to work for a police organization, which was near one of them. And what type of security do they have on their drugs after the at manufacturing? Seems like some of them seem to slip out of that plant pretty easily. But it is a terrible crisis, but this year it's opioids. 10 years from now, what will it be? I've been through the heroin epidemics, the marijuana epidemics, for over the years, and it just seems that we'll correct one of them and we're off to another one. I think we got to correct the doctors and the people who prescribe these, the drug stores, the people that make it readily available for these kids and even adults to get hooked
There
up.
are lawsuits now against several of the companies that manufacture opioids. This is kind of, it was mentioned here before, it's kind of something that snuck up on people, particularly where the senior citizens are involved. You get older, you got aches and pains. You go to the doctor, they want you to feel better. They prescribe, and people misuse and overprescribe, and they'll go from one doctor to another doctor to get another prescription. And so there needs to be additional controls should win. It's not perfect yet, but again, this is something that is going to be an all-out effort with everybody having to be involved in it. Control at the manufacturing level, control from the, I got a letter in the mail today from a global drug supply company, and they have a list of drugs that they have available and their prices, and just, sign up and they'll send them to you cheaper than. So I think we all have to be cognizant of this. I think this is something, though, that because of the broad-based nature of this and how it's impacting, can impact your grandma, your brother, your little sister, and it does need to be, the physicians need to be more aware of who they're prescribing and how much they're prescribing. We all need to work on it. This initiative is for us in Boone County to try to develop a program that will help us deal with it in our neighborhoods, in our community, ourselves, without having to try to send people to the county jail in Winnebago County, or try to get people into medical care that takes forever. So, it's just, I think they've done a lot of work. As she said, you started this 2 years ago.
Sure.
Been a lot of meetings.
Yeah. If I may say just a few more things, if that's okay. The state of Illinois has an opioid action plan, and in the desire for me not to overwhelm you with reading materials, we decided not to include the 75-page document from the state that outlines their 5 major areas, because that is something that ties into this. This is more focused on the community-based support and our criminal justice and local law enforcement system. The state plan gives us some good, clear guidance on what's being done as far as patient data sharing information, which does address that issue, and some of what's been going on as far as working to put tighter controls on the pharmaceutical industry so that we don't have that same issue. Couple other things that we have going on here locally that make it especially hard to get our finger on the pulse of what's been going on, why it's taken us, close to 2 years to really systematically develop what are the next steps for our community, is that we have just an absolute lack of behavioral health providers here in Boone County. So the state average is about 1 provider per approximately 500 to 600 people living in a county. Here in Boone County, we're at the bottom of that barrel. We have one mental health provider for every 6,000 residents. And when we stack up against the other 102 counties in the state of Illinois, we are in the bottom 5 of as far as mental health practitioners to population. So we know that from a medical standpoint, we need to attract and bring in more qualified mental health providers. But in order to do that, we need to have a comprehensive system in place to say, this is what we're working on. We have patients, we've identified the need, we know who the folks are, we've got people available for you to see, we want you to bring your practice here, there is work to be done. So that is a huge issue too. Another problem that we have is that many of our residents here are not necessarily overdosing, and or if unfortunately they do not survive, that sometimes is not happening here locally. If they were in the process of being transported to Rockford or to a larger inpatient hospital, we don't even know the extent to how many overdoses we have, because they're not all getting recorded in Boone County, if that makes any sense. So I know that our local law enforcement are doing their part to record what they see, but many of our cases are going unrecorded here in our communities. So even when I say that our fatal overdose rate is higher than the state average, that means it's higher still, because that's only the data that we have access to, which is not always everything from the Winnebago County Coroner's Office or from a different county where the person may have overdosed and or died. So
would it be correct to pose a motion on your behalf for a matching contribution to match the county of $10,000 for this grant work?
Mayor, if you see so fit, then I would say yes.
When someone well,
I'll make any motion.
okay, I have a motion and a second and a third. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, this be forwarded on to the city council for discussion and final resolution. Thank you.
Great.
Yes.
Can I?
Yes, sir.
And just, so, this is just being, you guys have been working on it for 18 months. We're just getting this last Friday, as far as I know. So, I mean, I'm kind of curious about some of the other financial, you know, responsibilities that, you know, we might be undertaking. A lot of times when you get grants, we have to have matching. And stuff like that. And you know, we're talking about some big projects here. We're talking about some controversial things, having domestic violence things with sex
Yes.
offender,
Yes.
other things that could come up. And those things need to be addressed, you know. But we also have a responsibility financially with this stuff. So I'm just curious, you know, how is that going to work? I mean, have you guys been talking about this for 18 months? What kind of financial investment would be we would look at the hospital, you know, across from your house, you know, let's say Joe's.
Sure.
Well,
Sorry.
the plan that was originally, and this, it would take 2 hours to go through all of that. The plan that was initially put together for that, I presented to the round table early on of an idea of how to use that facility to address a number of community concerns. We were on looking for grants through R1 that would help us with that specific issue. We found out about the Rockefeller grant. We applied for that grant. There were 4 rounds. We made it through the 3rd round. We didn't make the 4th round. And for an initial try at this grant, I thought that was a pretty good performance. We are looking for other grants. The initial grant, once received, would require that we form a 501c3, purchase the hospital property, and present the plan for the build-out on a step-by-step basis based on the flow of the grant money. The magic of it is not just in the grant, because that would be possibly a renewable grant also, but all of the other entities that would be participant as partners or board members of that particular effort would also, in their own specialty areas of expertise and services, be able to apply for grants in those areas to enhance the operation of that entity. So what you're really looking at is the formation of a nonprofit administer the program, that it would be grant supported, and at some point in time, again, as Amanda mentioned, that the people who provide the services there would be able to charge for their services to access Medicare and Medicaid and so forth through another stream of income. There was no thought that the city would be contributing a steady stream of income or dedicating a stream of income for the operation of this. This would be a public-private partnership, public in the aspect that we're doing the legwork to try to get it put together, and private in the idea that the board would be soliciting private support to help us continue to finance the operations of it. So, you know, it's been 19 years since the hospital closed. And I personally probably talked to over 100 potential people who had ideas for the hospital or reached out to different organizations that have associations or museums or different types of operations and education. There have been myriad ideas that have been pursued, and they've all run up against a wall, because part of the problem is that hospital was gutted, and to go back in to rebuild that hospital in a significant way is a multi-million dollar, many-year project. So you can start a little bit at a time. Also, on the other side of that is it's a fresh canvas upon which to paint, because there are no walls. There are no, you know. So we will continue to pursue to find an effective way to do that. From jump, it was never intended to be something that would be taxpayer supported from a stream of income from the city.
So that's my, concern, well, just because of our finances.
Sure.
And being under the auspices of county and stuff like that, we do a lot of 50-50 stuff, but I just want to make sure we don't pay a little bit of money, but all of a sudden we start getting into a building project and stuff like that. That's what I was trying to hope.
There is no expenditure of dollars, as everybody knows, without the approval of the council.
For sure. I know. I would just say too that because this is such an epidemic across the country, we're lucky in the fact that there are many grants that are currently being made available. So that gives us a lot of flexibility to choose grants that have possibly less matching funds that are required. A lot of the matching funds are going to come from the work that's already being done as far as what local law enforcement is doing. You know, their salaries for what they're already out doing on the streets and in our criminal justice system, what our healthcare providers are already doing, and what our not-for-profit organizations are engaged in already. So you all are one stop on my trip around to different organizations and government entities to ask for the financial backing. I can be very upfront with you and say that after meeting with you all, I am working on setting up similar presentations with Rosecrans and Remedies to ask their facilities to financially contribute to this as well. I'll be going to our healthcare systems. Many healthcare systems are putting money into community-based mental health efforts because it's also very expensive for them to house people that aren't necessarily getting comprehensive services in the emergency room, because that is not an effective place to be doing long-term detox or mental health therapies. And inpatient hospital behavioral health programs are great for certain sectors of our population, but they don't work for everybody. And the most cost-effective programs out there right now are the outpatient facilities that are located in local communities that people can get easy access to on a bus route or with public transportation or with tokens to get there, whatever it is that they need, where they can do intensive day therapy and then go home and be still assimilated into the community. Those are the programs that are showing the most bang for taxpayer dollar and also the best results. So.
The city of Wooddale does, some of that
yes.
Stuff, things like that.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you, Amanda.
Great. Thank you all very much.
We'll let you know next time it's on the agenda. All right. Mr. Del Praz here, he has made a request to discuss starting time for Sunday liquor sales, rather than have him sit through the fire and police budget presentations. Mr. Del Praz, if you'd like to come up, state your name, state your mission, and share with us.
I actually feel like even though Grandpa's request. I think that this is a legitimate request for any of the businesses in town that are in food service, particularly restaurant type service. The reason I say
You turned it off.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. What we were asking for is, let me just set the problem. It's really simple. Several times during the year, we'll have Sunday brunches. We'll have Easter buffets. We'll have Father's Day buffets, different things. And they start earlier than 11 o'clock. And we've had actually a number of customers come in, not that we do a lot of it, but we've had a number of customers come in and come in at, when it starts, normally it's 8:30 or 9 o'clock. And we usually have like mimosa or a champagne drink with the food, and we've had complaints. They say, "Well, why do I'm here at 9? You know, this is a brunch, a breakfast brunch or breakfast buffet," and they say, "Well, you're having this, and you're offering champagne with the meal, but you can't. We have to wait till 11." Well, it became a problem. I've even had people say, "Well, you know, we'll just, next time we do this, we'll just go do it in Rockford. You know, we want to have it." So that's basically all it is. The current ordinance says every day, but Sunday starts at 6. 6 to, I think, 2. And Sundays is 11. So I'm flexible on it. I mean, I just suggested that we just put them all the same hours. There may be people that feel like that's not a good idea. I don't know, but basically the thing is we would like to be able to offer buffets and things like that, and I think other businesses in town would probably like to do the same thing. And if they, and so that's basically a really simple request.
Questions and comments from the council?
Your Honor, are we just asking for champagne?
Oh, no, no. I'm sure that there would be people that, I mean, it's been said to me that, yes, people will probably come in if we start serving it, if liquor can be served Sunday at 8, 9, 7, 6, whatever. there will be somebody that will come in and will want to sit at the bar and do that. That's not our intention was that we would be able to have a buffet, have a brunch, something like that. And it seemed like the simplest solution was just to change the hours. If you start putting in conditions like, well, it's got to be a buffet, it can only be champagne, that's just
I was
messy.
just asking, I mean, this is old, I suppose, goes back to the old tradition of having church and Sunday school in the morning, and that,
I'm all for that. I mean,
I don't know if there's any problem with it, just wonder.
I mean, it's not a huge thing. I mean, I don't think it's going to generate a huge amount of more revenue, but it does in some respects give us, helps us be competitive with our neighboring communities. Yeah.
No.
Not the same issue, but if I recall right, the county had the same request from the VFW to bring it to 9 o'clock in order to be competitive with McHenry, and part of their deal was they couldn't operate the video gaming until 11 o'clock because that was the hours of selling the liquor. You couldn't have the video gaming. But
That, and you know what, I'm not sure about that. I don't know if that's, I think that might be true.
But I'm thinking,
But that's not why we requested it.
no, but
Yeah.
it's not on, it wouldn't be unheard of to at least bring the hours back to 9 o'clock or some other time to maybe match the county.
Gaming would match the hours.
I guess it would.
It would, yes, but I didn't know if was it 9 o'clock, Gina, do you recall?
I don't.
I don't remember off the top of my head, but I do remember, I think, Timber Point was involved in that request too, because they often would have wedding parties, baby showers. They have that big party tent up at the golf course, and on Sundays they couldn't have mimosas, or someone was having like a nice wedding shower, baby shower. They couldn't, have stuff there. So I do remember the golf course being in on the request, but I don't remember the video gaming aspect.
It really, I don't see it as a huge revenue generator for us, but it just bothers me that I have to say to people, we publicize these things and they come in and they say, well, that's crazy. I want my mimosa now. I don't want to wait till 11. I'm I'm going to be out of here by 10.
Motion to make all the hours the same.
Second.
6 a.m. Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Do you have any discussion on that? You sounded like you didn't like it.
I
before
have
we
mixed
vote.
feelings about 6 a.m. and only from the fact that I was in the restaurant business for 17 years, and the crowd in this community that will show up at 6 a.m. in the morning for a shot and a beer is not the crowd I want there when my brunch people come in. That was my
I'd be happy to amend that.
that's my
time.
no.
Good
That's
idea.
my only concern.
Yeah.
And I spoke
Yeah, and
with Tony about that because in the morning you come to work here and you know at 7 a.m. there's people standing out here on the street smoking cigarettes and then going back in the bar and then coming back. You know, I understand what he's trying to do, and I just wondered if 6 a.m. was a little overkill, but you know, it doesn't really matter to me.
Let's make it 7. I don't know. I just trying to keep it
Well,
consistent.
it doesn't really matter to me. The easiest way to do it is just make it 6 a.m. So everything.
that's why I asked for it, because it seems like the easiest, and it's easier for enforcement purposes. Everybody knows it's 6 a.m. If you say it's 7, then you say it's 9, and then people say, "Oh, I thought it was 6. I thought it was 9. I thought it was 10."
We have some folks in the audience that have liquor licenses. Do you have any comments on this tonight? Mr. Savino? Point. Mr. Sabino, do you have any thoughts? Okay. We have a motion and a second. It will be forwarded. All those in favor were unanimous. It'll come back in ordinance form, and if people want to rediscuss it at that point, we can do that.
Well, thank you.
Alderman Snow?
And at that point, I assume this would be on Shauna's department to, once we do pass that you'll let everybody know.
Anytime there's an amendment to the liquor license, we send them out to everybody who holds a liquor license.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Delbra. Under public safety, unfinished business, we have none this evening. Under public safety, new business. Is everybody comfortable? Does anybody need to take a 5-minute break before we get into the budget discussions? Okay. First up, then, we have a police department authorization to sell 7 vehicles on eBay. Would you like to make a presentation on that, or you want us to just vote it up or down?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make a quick presentation on that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start with the memorandum dated January 4th, authorization to sell 3 vehicles on eBay. This would be the police department requesting authorization to sell 3 vehicles through an eBay auction account as outlined below. Vehicles are all Article 36 vehicles, which are by state statute vehicles that are seized that are qualifying vehicles. Either the drivers are arrested for driving on a suspended or revoked license after receiving a DUI or one other qualifying offense. All 3 vehicles are Article 36 vehicles. The motion would be to give authorization to the Belvidere Police Department to sell the 3 vehicles as described above through the eBay public auction process.
I have a motion by Alderman Snow, a second by Alderman Brooks. Questions, comments for the discussion? Alderman Snow?
And maybe Attorney Drello would tell us, do we actually wind up with clear titles on these, or are there liens on these as from whether the vehicles are financed? Based on the age, I can't imagine there would be, but I could see in general, does that happen?
I would defer to DC and Chief, but they're pretty good about if there's liens on the vehicles that make them not worthwhile selling, they simply don't keep the vehicles.
Yeah, typically the vehicles that ultimately end up going through the forfeiture process are vehicles that do have clear titles.
That's Alderman Freeman.
So, Chief, are these these ones that, so the people don't have a license or whatever, and they get towed to, they get towed to the lot, and then they just don't pay to get it out, or
vehicle doesn't qualify for Article 36, which is a state seizure, state asset seizure process. Vehicles that qualify are, like I explained, if the driver has a suspended or revoked license and it's suspended or revoked because they had gotten a DUI, that would be a qualifying that vehicle would qualify. Or if they used it in a burglary and ultimately we could seize that vehicle. Those are all examples of Article 36. If the vehicle goes to the tow company and the owner doesn't pick up the vehicle, that process is handled through the tow company. That has absolutely nothing to do with us.
Additional questions or comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed unanimously. Next, City Council for final disposition. Your second presentation, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This memorandum dated January 22nd, 2019. Police Department is requesting authorization to sell the following 4 vehicles through an eBay auction as outlined below. These are all department-owned vehicles through the city. They're vehicles that were going to be transitioning out of the department and being replaced through the new vehicle purchase process. They're either vehicles that are significantly older vehicles, have high mileage, or are vehicles that have a lot of maintenance records that we transition out to try and keep the maintenance down on our vehicles. The motion would be to give authorization to the Belvidere Police Department to sell 4 vehicles as described above to the eBay public auction process, with the proceeds to be placed in the police vehicle fund and ultimately sent back to the city into the general fund.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Alderman Crawford, second by Alderman Porter. Questions or comments? Alderman Sanderson.
Thank you, Honor. So have we already approved repurchasing of vehicles in the budget process for these vehicles already? Or is this something that we still have to do?
That'll be coming up a little bit later on as part of the budget process. So these vehicles will be ones that we'll be looking at rotating out, yes.
I would think we'd want to do the budget process
vehicles we're gonna keep at any rate. And continue driving because they're costing us too much money.
We don't have all our bottom lines yet when we're making decisions to buy 4 vehicles almost by selling these. We don't have any vehicles.
Deputy Chief.
Well, that's what I want to hear is, you know, they've already been replaced. We're probably going to be dealing with one on the budget or something like that. Difference. Okay. Thank you.
When we get to that budget discussion, Deputy Chief can present. There is a very thorough vehicle process now. Some things have changed about how we do warranties on the vehicles and so forth and so on. What happens, and you've seen this all the years that you've been on the council, we end up spending tens of thousands of dollars on some of these cars, and we can purchase a new squad for what, $26,000 in state list, something like that. So that'll be all come out in the budget discussion. So I have a motion and a second. Any additional questions or comments? Did I see any other hands up? Alderman Brooks, did you have your hand up? All those in favor of approval of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is approved unanimously for the City Council for final disposition. Okay. First up is the Police Department Financial Year 20 budget discussion.
So in your budget books that you should have received last Friday, you'll see the police budget and the fire budget, which are both of those that we are going to go over tonight. The first page of police budget just is an overview, just kind of breaks down the summary of all the expenditures expenditures, you'll notice this budget is almost 4% higher than last year's budget in total. We'll have Chief Woody go through these line items, and if you have any questions, let us know. Some of these I'll be able to answer, some Chief will answer.
Thanks, Becky. Starting with page 2 is salary, regular full-time officers. That is a number that is negotiated through the contract process and is reflected here on this sheet. It covers all of the patrol officers, sergeants, myself, 2 deputy chiefs, as well as the administrative staff, and includes the acting up pay for our officers that have to act as supervisors in their absence, as well as any training, specialty pay, or comp time. If there's no questions, I'll move on to page 3, the overtime. Page 3, overtime. This includes all of the projected overtime that we would anticipate needing in order to cover all of those particular incidences within the department, as outlined on the sheet here. Again, this is a projection based off of 6-month usage from the department today. Yes, that is correct. It's all based off. Yeah, based off of what the increase would be for the officers.
Thanks, Sharon. I didn't have a lot of time to look at this before. I was kind of busy this weekend, but I noticed that, okay, drug investigations, I'm looking at the right line on the same page, went down almost in half. And DEA doubled. So, I guess you're just moving stuff around different for the
No,
same thing, or what's the deal in it?
No, sir. Drug investigations, now that we have a multi-jurisdictional unit, they're using the county's deputies for investigation, where previously we would have to include the general case detectives to assist in our narcotics investigations. So that was a substantial decrease that we didn't need to fund any longer. And as far as DEA, 30,000. That is because the federal government, as you see, was 15,000 the previous year, which was the projection on what the OCDF, which is the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force, would reimburse us for. So we would work the hours, they would reimburse us, but in addition to that, now a full-time task force officer also gets an additional 18,000 towards any overtime that they work. So that's reflected there.
So that would affect the court too, then? It's down 10,000. The court's down 10,000 also. Does that
No, that's just based off of a calculation that we did of usage to date.
Yeah, thought it would be less. Okay.
Page 4, police pension.
So you'll notice here, this is the number that you approved in November to pay the total amount of the police pension, regardless of what was what's in the levy. So the remainder that was not levied for pension will come out of the general fund.
There's no questions on that. We'll move on to page 5, health insurance.
This is just part of the renewal that you approved in December. Very small increase. There's a little bit of an increase here. Obviously, when you have, employees either get married, have children, things like that, that number can fluctuate a little bit. does. Yep. It's expensive. And Yep. And we've had some low increases if you look um, year over year.
I want to go, I'm sorry, I need to go back to page 3, but, like, over $60,000 of that is, reimbursable in the overtime budget. So, it says it's under police 4150 grants or 4,900 miscellaneous. Where does that money actually go? So it's really not 406,000. It's 340,000.
It could be, yes. It's reflective. And here again, this is just an estimate of what their overtime expenses are going to be. So so I guess it's your best estimate. So it'd be the same on the revenue side. So whatever they spend, yes, we are going to see it on the revenue side as well, in those reimbursements. So it goes right back into the police budget.
There's no other questions. Page 6, dental claims.
Let me see here. Yep, this went up just a little bit. We had been trending a little bit higher. The benefit did go up over the last few years. Therefore, the expenses are a little higher, not that much.
No questions on that. Moving to page 7, uniform allowance. That's going to be a contractual item that, as each of you remember, was renegotiated this prior contract from 4% to CPI Consumer Price Index of 2.1, and then that calculation gives you, based off your 34 officers, 6 sergeants, including some other uniform items that the department is responsible for providing the officers and new recruits, as well as any anticipation for having to mend or replace damaged uniforms, including the Explorer Post, Mobile Field Force, which is our ILEAS, and then includes our bulletproof vest program and prescription safety glasses, which is also contractual. Moving along to page 8, our training. Training is estimated at approximately $1,550 for each officer of the department. Also includes the assessments which are required for being members of the Northern Illinois Training Advisory Board, which provides a significant amount of free training to our officers, as well as in this line item we have range development, and you'll notice it actually went down a couple thousand, and that's because the cost for the replacement of the officer to send them to Suburban Law Enforcement Academy actually has gone down. The state and CELIA have come to an agreement where the state will reimburse CELIA directly. Moving on, page 9, repairs and maintenance equipment. The increases on this line item, we're looking at live scan maintenance. That's how we take fingerprints that we submit to the state once we have an arrestee. We purchased it approximately 3 years ago with a 3-year maintenance agreement. That maintenance agreement is no longer valid, so we have to start budgeting for that every year, so that way if there's any maintenance or updating software otherwise for the piece of equipment, that will cover it. In addition to that, we've also added an additional $2,000 for cell phone tower or searches. We've discovered that our investigations are requiring us to get a lot more cell phone information, which require us to subpoena cell phone companies, so that way we can triangulate people's locations during different types of investigations. Well, those cell phone companies charge a hefty price in order to do that. So we've estimated approximately $2,000 or projected approximately $2,000 to cover those expenses. And then last, the range, vegetation control and mowing. Currently, we have an employee that does a lot of that for minimal reimbursement. That employee could potentially retire within the next year or two. We thought it would be responsible of us to start anticipating that expense. Page 10, repairs and maintenance vehicles. This is in addition to squad car maintenance, several other equipment items that we need to budget for, the bulk of it being the squad car maintenance. In addition to that, we look at non-warranty equipment repair for those pieces of equipment that are no longer warranted, and we have to maintain radios, computers, other things of that nature.
So how many squads do we have? Okay, so the $90,000 a year for maintenance on 20 cars, what does that consist of? We typically retire a squad at 100,000 miles, right?
We also have all of the vehicles for detectives, all the vehicles for the administration, as well to switch to a maintenance agreement when we buy new cars to get full warranties for them and extended warranties so that we can, over time, start to significantly reduce this amount. But unfortunately, we have lots of maintenance on these vehicles because they run, a lot of them run 24 hours a day, and they idle most of that time. So they end up needing a lot of repairs.
And
Well, I was just going to say, so when it seemed like we would just gradually be doing a little less than we did last year instead of a little bit more, 5,000 less instead of 5,000 more, with what we were just talking about buying new vehicles.
That would be the initial thought. However, when we started last year doing this, so we won't see the benefits of that until after that warranty expires and we get into the extended part of the warranty. So after 3 years, when the extended warranty actually kicks in, then we'll start seeing returns because that's when things will break down and we'll be getting them paid for without having to spend any money. If that makes sense.
the bulk of our fleet doesn't have the warranties currently. So as we start replacing vehicles through attrition, they will be purchased with the new warranty program. So, but as Deputy Chief Wallace explained, it's going to take a few years in order for us to see that benefit.
You can see it just like maintaining it at 85 instead of going up 5,000.
We could have, but this is based off of the projection off of 6-month usage. So going off of that, our projection would be 90,000 would reasonably be what we could expect next year. Now, is it a year that, we could have a lot of luck with vehicles and not have to spend that? That's a possibility. But the other possibility is that we could stay on mark and possibly have to spend the 90,000 as well.
Just for clarity, the other part of this that is included maintenance is a part of it, but also any accidents that take place during the year that are under the amount that's paid for by insurance, we end up having to pay for out of maintenance as well.
What do we have for deductible on that?
I believe it's $500.
500 normal? Yes, so I'm just trying to, look for little things here that we can tweak a little bit so we can start moving some stuff in other areas too, and without hurting you,
Yep. No.
So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I don't know, forgive me, but I'm, so $90,000 a year, and Chief Noble told me we typically retire a car at 100,000 miles. So what are we're doing, how many miles a year do we put on a car, like 15, 20,000?
It's about 20,000.
So what are these, like oil changes, brakes?
It depends on the squad car. For example, just as an example, this is the maintenance records from the vehicles that we just requested to sell. We're looking at front shocks and assembly, molding exterior, fuel tank filler, front calipers, battery stabilizer, remove and replace four-wheel drive, transmission flush, condenser, air conditioning, relay feed cell. It's a myriad of issues depending on what the squad is, and it varies from squad to squad depending on what they need done. I mean, one of these vehicles, the one with the lowest mileage, had to have the engine replaced. We see a lot of front ends that need to be redone. It's just a matter of, you're taking a mechanical piece of equipment and you're driving it constantly. It's, it's idling a lot, which isn't good for it, which we are addressing. There's a lot of issues with the equipment that we have inside of it that require us to keep it running. We're addressing that, hopefully, solve that issue and kind of extend the life of these vehicles at least a little bit longer. It's not something we take lightly, but for those of the council that were here when we had to prolong some of these vehicles, and we didn't get new vehicles 2008, 2009. The vehicle maintenance was substantially more. So it's kind of you pay me now or you pay me later type of situation. Page 11, telephone and utilities. That's primarily for our cell phone service as well as our landlines at the department. And any the base station for portable radios, that's a nominal fee. That's necessary because the signal quality can be a little sketchy in the basement sometimes. Moving on, page 12, physical exams. This would be for what the contract is, or the city's required to pay by contract for physicals, flu shots, PSA, and the other lab work that's on there, which some of it is taken advantage of, some of it not so much, depending year to year. Page 13, community policing. There was a significant increase in our community policing line item, and we're actually kind of excited by the new initiatives. The command staff is roundtabled how we can make this program better, identifying, the importance of reaching out to the community. And one of the things that I've found that maybe we could do better is just And some of the ways that we've came up with in order to do that, we've come up with an idea of having an open house. So the idea of, at least initially, one night of the week, maybe in the summer months, opening up the parts of the police department, putting on, a seminar, so to speak, and going through who we are, rank structure, information about the police department, as well as explaining to people, what our responsibilities are to the community, and then what to expect from us when we engage members of the community, and how we can expect, or what we could expect from them, and things that may make that situation more peaceful, and explain to them what our levels of force are, why we can use those levels of force, and how it's implemented. Force seems to be a hot topic with the community, and probably one of the things that people aren't necessarily as well informed about as they could be. So that's one of the things that we want to do, is provide that information and feedback for them. Another one is extend our Citizens Police Academy and include a multicultural police academy, and push it out and advertise it amongst the Hispanic community, which is the second highest population, just behind Caucasians, and try and get involvement with them, and just do the same thing that we did with our other citizen police academies, but also not just Hispanics, but African Americans, Asian Americans, Indian Americans, which are significantly less dense in population here in Belvidere County. But the idea is inclusion, not exclusion. So we'll see what kind of response we get, and hopefully build upon that. So and then the Last is Community Youth Initiative. Deputy Chief Wallace and Officer Blankenship, who are in charge of the program, have reached out to the school district, and they're working with the school district to go into the classrooms and actually put on some classes for the kids at the high school. So, these are all initiatives above and beyond, our normal community policing programs that, we think are worthwhile and would like to see the support.
Sure. So, yeah, the top two lines, the academy and the supplies and equipment, so we're bringing up $4,000, and we're trying to, we get a good bang for our buck for, our volunteers, and I appreciate that every community has that. I appreciate that you guys do that. So, what kind of supplies is this? Training materials and supplies, or the academy itself is $1,000, so you try to get more people in it. It costs money to. Don't you just have it at your academy at one of our buildings? And what is the cost? What are some of the costs that I don't understand?
Sure, yeah, no problem. And Deputy Chief Wallace may want to jump in, but a lot of what we put on at the academy is refreshments for the different academies for the volunteers that do come. Looking at the different initiatives that we're trying to do, as well as the giveaways, whether it be mugs or pens, pencils, balls, frisbees, there's different things that we try and provide to the attendees that they can take away with them, and it's just more than just information, and it's something that hopefully they'll take with them and can be subject of topic, and they can explain to people maybe where they got it and things like that. And again, it's a projection. Until we start putting these things into action, we won't know exactly what that cost is going to be. But conservatively, amongst ourselves, we thought that that would probably cover those things that we were talking about.
Things like uniforms, maybe, I'm just trying to get a handle of it.
Uniforms wouldn't be until they're actually VIPs. VIPs are provided uniforms by the department.
There's additional cost academy classes. As an example, investigations actually comes out and does hands-on training with them, and the materials that they use for the hands-on training are costly. So I'm training to them. We're adding another academy, so we had to add to those costs as well. A lot of the giveaways that he spoke of are also used throughout the year at other events besides just the Citizens Police Academy, at the fair as an example. In fact, we at the fair this year we were wiped out completely. So that all of that it's information that gets provided 911, phone numbers, contacts to non-emergency, all of that stuff is given out to the community, and it's given out throughout the year, not just during Citizens Police Academy. Specific to the multicultural Citizens Police Academy, there's also going to be a cost because any of the materials that we already have are going to have to be translated into Spanish or any other language that is included, and there's going to be a cost to that as well.
Thanks. It's just important for the public to know, too. Thank you.
How many people do you allow in the academy, and how often do you do the academy?
Currently, we do it twice a year. We'll do it once in the summer and once in the fall and winter. And we try and get a minimum of 10 to 12, but we could teach as many as, 25?
I think the largest classes we've had were in the 25 range. Currently, we have a Citizens Police Academy that's supposed to be starting next week, and our numbers are down. So, if anybody that's interested, we'd love to have you. But 10 to 12 seems like that's where we end up on average.
And the other thing is, with the people who have issues with police personnel, would it be useful to try to interject this into the court system to try to randomly randomly get a couple people who are running through the system, whether it's drug court or whatever, to get 2 or 3 of those people to try to participate to get a better appreciation of law enforcement, or do you think that would be counterproductive? Just tossing that out.
The CPA is kind of a gateway to our VIP program. And even though, you know, it would always be beneficial to try and provide perspective to others that maybe have had negative contact with law enforcement, and show them that, you know, we're not all out there to arrest people, and that we actually do have positive contacts, and, you know, we care about victims, and we really go out there and try and make a difference. We're always willing to entertain that and hopefully change somebody's perspective. But like I said, a lot of it is, you know, in hopes that it's a gateway to the VIP program.
By going into the schools and catching the kids before they start getting into trouble. We're going into the careers classes and teaching about the Belvidere Police Department specifically, but about law enforcement in general, so that they get an idea of what we do, why we do it, and what we're about. So perhaps, as Chief Heiser has seen, when we get people from our community staying in our police departments and our fire departments, they tend to stay. So it's a benefit all the way around for everybody.
Page 14, K-9 program expenses. The increase here is primarily the dog food. We've seen an increase in our consumption of dog food, and we've discovered for a couple of different reasons. One, because of the surgery that Monty had early on, he requires a special dog food, plus he just eats more.
Thank you. So we have Monty retired in 2018?
No, ma'am. Ralphie retired.
Or Ralphie.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we have Ralphie plus two dogs?
No, ma'am. We sold Ralphie to K-9 Officer Parker, so we just currently currently have Ralphie and then Canine Box. Or, I'm sorry, Monty and Canine Box.
Okay, so we have 2 canines. Okay, so why, I don't know, why would we ever kennel or board one of our canines? Don't they live with the officers that are training them?
They do, but if the officers go on vacation or they go for an extended training that's not canine related, we need some place to put the canine, because they can't stay at the house without the handler. Yeah, they're not your typical household pet. They're a police dog, and they're specially trained, and they're specially trained for a particular handler. Page 15, sex offender state disbursements. This is what we have to disperse to the states. And you see the increments there at the bottom. And that's approximately what we will disperse each year. It's all set by statute. It's not something that is anything we have control over.
Why is it a little less? Does that mean the population there is going down?
It could be the population of sex offenders within the city limits, yeah. Moving on, page 16, office supplies. The increase here is the city's gone to a supplier for our ink and printer needs, which is a $1,800 yearly stipend. We would anticipate that to be reflected in the office supply expenditures going forward. This is, for us, it's a new expenditure, so we weren't exactly sure, if we were going to see that reflected in our office supplies right away. So again, conservatively, we maintain the previous amount and added the 1,800 for Marco.
Yeah, that was my fault. It should say Marco underneath patrol copier, our agreement with Marco. Yeah, we did an analysis before contracting with Marco for the printer needs, and we feel it, especially for the police department, it will be a savings based on how much toner they were purchasing, things like that. So, yeah, realistically, their current budget of the 10,805 should hold fine for this program, but since it is the first year of the program, they wanted to be on the safe side and budget accordingly. Right, yeah, that's my plan.
Page 17, gas and oil. This is, we based our gallons based off the 6-month usage and projections. We just doubled, and then we maintained the same dollar amount at $250. It seems, and we would anticipate that at least at the commercial pumps, probably going beyond that, but as far as what our rate would be for the city, seems like 250's been a estimate that we've been able to stay with them. Next page, number 18, operating supplies. This had an increase, and there were some line items that we were able to identify that we could take money away from. However, when we added the tasers, that does require us to purchase additional cartridges, training cartridges. which we had to adjust our amount for less than lethal, and that would be due to the additional taser cartridges that we would need for the year.
About a third of the way down or so is graffiti removal and paint for $500. What is that for?
Yeah, there are times when our officers do go out, and if there's graffiti that we can remove, we do, and then if we can cover it up, we will. Moving on, page 19, miscellaneous expenses. This line item actually went down. And that's primarily to our drug operations. Again, because drug operations funded our drug unit when it was solely a city-operated drug unit, and now that we are a multi-jurisdictional drug unit, the county also chips in half of for any of the operations. So we were able to make the adjustment accordingly.
When it came to the drug destruction, we did a couple of years back. We authorized and purchased a thing to get rid of drugs or just burn them. Right. So, is there any ongoing expense with that? How's that going? And what's the latest?
It actually works great. Ongoing expense, there is a minimal expense that we're able to absorb to replace the barrel that they actually put the incinerator on and put all of the evidence in because of the high temperatures of the incinerator. The barrel is probably something that may be a reoccurring expense, but it's nominal. Moving on, page 20, any equipment. Overall, we're looking at a reduction of approximately $5,000 on this line item. However, I will point out a couple of areas that we did have to request an increase. Looking at the barrier system, yeah, you will notice the previous amount that we had requested and received and purchased a barrier system that I deemed to be inferior, significantly inferior, and did not live up to what it offered or really what our investigators needed. We need something that's going to be more durable, so we requested that our investigative section do some research, find something that we are going to be able to use long term, and the piece of equipment they came back requiring $5,700.
Is that bulletproof vests? Is that what that is?
No, sir. It's a crime scene barrier. So if we have a body or a crime scene that we don't want people to have access or be able to visually see into the crime scene, it barricades the particular crime scene. It's expandable. It's something that we could add on to later on if necessary, but it's significantly more durable.
Thank you. So, radar units, $5,000 you want for new radar units. Do we typically get 4 new units every year? Because for the last, well, this will be the 3rd year, according to this piece of paper, we're getting 4 new radar units.
So what I found that when I took over the fleet, that we have been very frugal over the years with the equipment that was in the vehicles. Anything that could be transferred from one previous squad car to the next would be. We found that we had squad cars that had 10, 15-year-old radar units in them. So we needed to start replacing the ones that were in them. So what we're doing now is any squad car that gets replaced gets a brand new radar put in it initially, but going backwards because these units are so old, we need to replace them faster than through attrition.
And then down underneath SWAT, we have AR-15 short rifle barrels. You guys want 3 of them at $1,200 a piece. Do we typically use AR-15s in Belvidere?
Yes. Actually, all of our officers are equipped with AR-15s. However, the barrels that they have are 16 or 20-inch barrels, which are significant in length. For our SWAT team, we have learned over the years that the AR platform is much more accurate, and to take that into a residence is much more beneficial. But using a platform with such a long barrel, it's not conducive to close quarter residences. So we needed to get rifles with shorter barrels. Capital expenditures, we'd be requesting for consideration the purchase of 4 vehicles, 4 chargers at the amount of $43,500 each, total $174,000. Again, this is continuation of conversation that we've already had in terms of the benefit of replacing the higher miles or vehicles that have more maintenance issues than others, and being able to keep our fleet in a position where we can keep and try and keep those costs down as much as possible. And over the last several years, following this model, we've been able to do that for the most part. When you compare it to the other years where the department and other areas within the city weren't allotted to replace vehicles like that. yes, we would be requesting as far as under equipment, consideration for a new canine training for a handler. We're going to be looking at canine box, extending his service lifespan. So we need to start planning to replace not only the canine, but potentially plan for a handler that has no prior training, and that comes at a cost of approximately $12,000. I would like to remind the council that the last canine that we were able to purchase, we were able to find grants for. We're optimistic that that's a possibility this time as well. However, we just don't have any security at this point. But that is something that we do anticipate looking into, and something that, you know, there are avenues for us to look at.
So we have currently 2 canines, and you want a third? You're
No.
retiring another canine?
Yeah, canine box, yeah, is going to be retired.
Okay.
Back to the vehicles, the 43,000, is that reflective of the extended warranty cost as well?
Yes, extended warranty and all of the equipment if we have to replace everything.
And maybe Becky would know offhand what the previous amount would have been on that generically.
The vehicles themselves are right around 27,000. That's without any of the equipment, or without the warranty. And here again, like he said, it's only when it needs to be replaced. There's times where they don't spend that whole 43.5 if something doesn't need to be replaced, or something's able to be taken from one vehicle to the other.
benefits and any consumables that are on a vehicle, so brakes, oil changes, things, windshield wipers, those kinds of things are the only things that wouldn't be replaced on an extended warranty. Everything else will be covered, and I believe it's $100 deductible. So,
Well,
in theory, in the future, we'll be down to way less than half of what we're currently budgeted.
well, and I think that we have to take into consideration if we're looking at replacing them at 4 a year, or if that is adjusted as well, it would obviously take us longer to attrition all those other vehicles out. We have approximately 4 more detective cars, 2 administrative cars, and then roughly 14 patrol cars that would all need to be replaced and provided the warranties. So if we do, what's that, 5, 6, that's 20. So if we do 4 a year, that's 5 years, and then an additional 3 years after that, the last vehicles will be beyond that 3-year warranty service life.
That does bring a good point that 100,000 miles is how long the extended warranty lasts. So we would still need to continue to be in that 100,000 mile window. Anything past that would be out of the extended warranty. It would be back on the Diamond City.
The next equipment line item would be traffic control devices. The command staff, we try and think of ways to provide public safety. We look around not only nationally but globally at different ways that people are terrorizing and victimizing gratefully not our citizens, but nationally or globally. And one of the ways we came up with is people that are using their vehicles to run into large groups of pedestrians during functions, festivals, so on and so forth. So trying to be proactive and seeing that as, a possibility. Hopefully it's nothing that we ever have to deal with. But again, we plan for the worst and hope for the best. In having that logic and mindset, we worked with Director Anderson and came up with some traffic control devices that can be mounted into the sidewalks during those festivals that are removable, but they won't impede pedestrian traffic. They're ADA compliant, but yet should be a barrier, deterrent, and or early warning device if somebody decides that they want to try and do something like that. And it came at approximately a $12,000 price tag. That's for 20 barriers at 20 different intersections.
Just curious, 20 barriers, how much length do they have to the barriers?
It's a post method, so basically they'll be installed between the curb and the sidewalk areas, so that the vehicles won't be able to jump that curb and get up into the sidewalk areas. And they'll be strategically placed in the downtown area at those different locations. So typically you can figure 4 to 6 posts per intersection.
How long?
I believe they're about 42 to 48 inches. They mount in the ground. There's a receiver. There's a receiver.
I was thinking of fence. Okay.
No, it's not a fence. It's post.
It's to keep the vehicle. It's bigger than the vehicle. Okay, got it. Those are removable, right? Just for the parades.
Yeah, so they're pulled out. They're put in for events, and then they can be pulled out for winter maintenance and snow removal and so forth.
Do we have any long-term maintenance issues with boring a hole and having it ice up, heave, and all that good stuff?
No, they're covered. There's a
cover on it for whether or not in use. It looks to be a pretty good unit. We'll know experience as we get them. This was the initial installation proposal. Hopefully it'll be expanded for more sections as we go down the road. Yes, Your Honor. The last would be infrastructure needs. The last phase of the annex remodel. We've had our personnel doing the gutting and assisting with the rebuilding of the annex, but there's been additional costs that we've had to outsource, like electrical, and there's going to be additional costs that are forthcoming in terms of drywall, flooring, last phase of electrical, some HVAC, and equipment, and some plumbing as well.
Okay. Okay. I don't know why it's called the annex. I'm not sure.
You ready? Okay.
Two's not bad. I can get through my budget.
Okay then, we all in the right seats, on the right bus, in the right place. Okay, up next, first other item C under public safety, new business. We have a request from the fire department for new air bottles, SCBA bottles. Chief Heiser.
Thanks, Mayor. I placed right down here what we're looking at, we're talking about. That's an SCBA right there, self-contained breathing apparatus. A lot of times I like to bring stuff in here to show you so everyone knows what we're talking about. On that particular pack right there, you see a bottle. That bottle is nearing its end of its life. Fire department self-contained breathing apparatus. These things allow us to go into immediately dangerous to life and health situations and take care of emergency, mitigate emergency situations. The problem we have here is our SCBA bottles were purchased in 2004. They're tested at 5 years. They're tested again at 10 years, and then at 15 years they have to go out of service. Mine Safety Alliance is, or MSA is what we refer to it, is a manufacturer SCBA. That's the only thing I've known in my 24 years. We're exclusively use MSA. One thing that happened was a good thing for us was Rockford Fire Department, Cherry Valley Fire Department, along with numerous other fire departments in the area, secured a agreement with MSA for discount price. In fiscal 2020, we're going to have to also purchase our air packs. Our air packs and our mask. There are 2 standards and possibly 3 standards. As of January 1st, there are 3 standards behind now. In NFPA, National Fire Protection Agency. The maintenance costs are increasing each year. Our approved fiscal year 2019 budget for our SCBA bottles was $31,780. And because of the fact that we don't have the buying power by ourselves, we're, like I said, we're able to piggyback with Rockford and Cherry Valley, and our cost would be reduced to $25,020 for our SCBA bottle purchase. I am requesting $25,020 to purchase SCBA bottles, which is a budgeted fiscal 19 capital expense. I'm also asking to waive the bidding process as we are exclusive MSA users. And by partnering with Rockford and Cherry Valley, I'm going to realize, or our department will realize the savings of $6,760.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Aye.
Longer than the chief's, please. So.
So you'll notice on the first page, this is our summary page, the increase over last year's budget is about 2.63%. So the first page is salaries.
Thanks, Becky. I have I placed in there a new initiative. This is something I have brought to the table before. And also my predecessor did as well. For an assistant fire chief. And I'd like to talk a little bit more about that.
Yep. Figure out that. I didn't realize it was
Okay. This PowerPoint right here, it's short, but needs. Currently, the department has one administrator and one administrative assistant. One of the important things here that I don't think a lot of people realize is that the next line there, 24 48. That's the schedule that we, my line people operate on a daily basis. They work 24 hours and are off for 48 hours. Their shifts, when that arises, that's something that prohibits our efficient production. Typically, my officers might work 1 or 2 weekdays shifts. Sometimes, if a individual took off on a Wednesday, I potentially might not see them for 7. If you took off another vacation day, might not see them for 12 days in a row. So a lot of times when this has been brought before you, some of the comments were, well, you need to utilize your captains. It's not very efficient. They're not. They. I also have them tasked with numerous other activities and tasks that I put before them, and the lack of efficiency that because of that 24-48 hour shift, it just doesn't make things real flow very well in the office. One of the things I lack is that other individual in the fire department that works a 40-hour work week. So a lot of things are not able to get done, such as administration. Like for instance, what I got, we're in the fire service, so I'm always putting out spot fires. Lacking the time and to overall plan and organize, especially long term, because right now I would be able to say that I don't, typically I don't have a 5-year plan other than what Becky may help me out with, and that's in terms of just capital expenditures. But I, for one, would I've seen other places where where the departments have a long-term outlook and they're able to put together plans for replacing some of their equipment and maybe having other initiatives like a Citizens Academy, things like that. I missed out on grants. Sometimes we're fortunate to maybe I come across one, somebody might send me something that we're able to get. We've had a few here and there, but I know there's a lot more out on the table. and we're just not able to get to them. Missed out on reimbursable classes. Just recently, it was brought to my attention that some of the classes that we have been doing in-house, such as fire apparatus engineering training, that was reimbursable, and I was not aware of that, and now from here on out, when we do it, of course, I'll be able to get that money back. But those opportunities were lost previous. Another thing that's going on with the fire service is the state training requirements. It's in the last year, it's just become unbelievable what we have to do to document our training and the hours that they're requesting my guys to document, train, and put in. Also, we don't have, we're missing out on the implementation of training programs for our new officers. I have officers who, we try to get them into some classes and here and there with, for, to command classes, but quite often we're learning on the fly. We missed out on coordination of inspections and pre-planning. I'd like to say that we do a terrific job of getting into the multi-families in Belvidere, and but maybe not such a good job of doing the businesses. Also, I missed out on networking with other fire department agencies when I'm strapped to the desk down at 123 South State. I'm not able to get out and visit with other chiefs and see what they're doing and getting ideas and stuff and network with them.
I just wanted to ask the chief, are you looking for a motion to hire an assistant chief now?
We'll be getting to that right there. I'll need some assistance from Becky on that as well. But I am looking, I'm definitely looking to have that position.
Okay.
So.
Yes, wasn't this addressed 6 to 8 months ago when looking forward to this budget process for to add a deputy chief. Was that not true?
We did look at this last year, but it was voted down, if you recall. And so yes, we're constantly looking for this position. I think it's much needed, and I'll explain a little bit more to you. I have some things up here as well. I'll just go ahead and read some things here. An additional officer, for instance, would allow me to have some other things that could, like manage incidents and increase our safety, our accountability, and more accurate documentation that we presently enjoy. Another thing we could do is an additional emergency response vehicle. The assistant chief could, he's also a paramedic. He could have his equipment could be in his command vehicle, and he'd be able to, like it says up here, during higher call volume, during the day, there's not too. It happens quite often with us. We will have back to back, and sometimes even to back calls, 4 calls in a row, where we have our apparatus all over the city responding to people's emergencies. This would give us another person who could potentially go out and respond to a call, a medical call, or any other type of call of not fire related, probably. So. During my 3.5 years here, I've me as well as my members of my department, we've worked on our ISO rating. ISO is insurance service organization or office. Our rating now is a 3. We've gotten it down from 4. I do believe that with more administrative help, we could probably get it down to a 2. The lower the ISO numbers means better insurance rates for our businesses and our residents. So if people are wondering like where we get to this money, and some of the benefits you're going to get, there's a good one right there, ISO rating. And then another one here is continuous smooth operations when I'm not available. For instance, this happened yesterday. District 2 had a structure fire out in the county, and typically a structure fire for them also includes the Belvidere chief to respond as well as an engine. And I was having lunch with my wife up north, so I was unable to go there. One of the things we do in the fire service is we have MABUS, which is Mutual Aid Box Alarm System, and that's usually a reciprocation. I would respond to their calls, and then when we need their help, they respond to ours. So having another individual in the office during the week and able to maybe take over on weekends would give us that opportunity for that individual to respond when the chief is called for another jurisdiction. So I've kicked this around a little bit. Preparation for this position. I'm just requesting the city council to approve this assistant chief position, and I would realistically take it. Probably would. I couldn't probably put it in effect until I put up here May 2020. Might be able to do prior to that. However, I am realistic. Also, I am one person. I'd have to do some things like develop a job description for the position. Obviously, we'd have to purchase a command vehicle. And then as you see there, a higher firefighter from the candidate eligibility list. That firefighter would have to go to Fire Academy, a 9-week course, prior to him coming back and assisting us and getting on the fire trucks and running calls with us. Then they also test and create a captain eligibility list. I'd have to promote a lieutenant to captain and promote a firefighter to lieutenant. So there's a lot involved in doing this. It's not just create the spot and jump in.
Correct. It is not. So, in talking to the chief, if your date was May 2020, your only real expense for fiscal year 20 would be the hiring of the firefighter off of the eligibility eligibility list, because that person would need to go through the fire academy and be trained and be ready to go by May 1 of 2020, if not before. So you'd be looking at, in my calculations, almost $10,000 in salary for that person, plus benefits. So that's really your only cost. The rest of it, we would want to budget for fiscal year 2021, which starts May 1 of 2020. It's confusing when we're it's only 2019.
Yes, Chief, I'd really like to see the position of Assistant Chief created during this process here, even though we're not filling it. There's nothing matter but having the chief have the position there, also the firefighter's position. We're not paying anyone, so it doesn't really affect the budget until those positions are filled. So that's what I was looking at, hopefully.
Yeah, I had a quick question. I think it was 92.5. I don't have my book here. Was that salary and benefits, I'm assuming? The cost?
That is just salary, and that's if the employee, that's if that position was part of this coming up budget. If we are to wait till May 2020, as the chief suggested, that number would actually be 95,000 instead of 92.5, because every year, you have to, that salary would have to go up, since all the other salaries are going up as well. The difference is that number is not, yes, that is what the salary of the position would be, but that's not the true cost to us, because you got to remember you're having a captain that's going to be promoted, and then you're going to have a lieutenant go to captain, and then you have a firefighter promoted to lieutenant, and then you're hiring a new officer. So it's not as high as the 92.5 or the 95,000. The real number, the additional cost to us as far as salary goes, is more of about 68,000 to 70,000 in salary is what the increase will be, plus the cost of benefits for that new firefighter, the health insurance, the pension, those types of things.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering, because that sounded kind of high, and I was just wondering if we could track somebody else to the position for, less money, or how that works, or if it's a set set fee.
You really can't, because obviously your captain is already at a set wage based on the contract negotiation. So your deputy chief is going to have to be higher than the captain, but less than the chief. So, and your captains right now are making around 91,000. So it would have to be higher than that.
May I? Yes, one other thing I wanted to mention, Chief, I think you would do the city a great service by expending a lot of time out in our high schools, in our businesses here in town, meeting with corporate officials, explaining the department, and just you alone project one hell of a good image for the city of Belvidere, I tell you. You're real professional.
Thank you, Alderman. When I first took over 3.5 years ago, those are a lot of the things that I'd like to have done, but I've realized since that I'm not able to get out and do it consistently. So it's something that I do it sporadically. I do get to go out and visit, and thank you for what your comments.
The latest issue of the IML magazine has a celebratory ad inside the front cover on it. It achieved a much higher, rating through their inspections, through their departmental structure. You have to look at the big picture here. And the big picture is, for ISO rating actually goes from a 3 to a 2. It is going to save on insurance premiums for the business community and for the residential community. So the investment that the community makes to do this gets paid back. The other thing is, we're always trying to do things absolutely the cheapest way possible, and that's a good exercise in good government. But there comes a point where you look at what the department performs in the community, and you've already heard the police presentation. The fact that the citizens and policing has grown as a response from the community of their interest in it. We solve a lot of crimes from information that we receive from people who have been exposed to that class that call and report things. The fire department is now engaged in a lot more community outreach than they were before. In the last 3 or 4 years, we've made a point of hiring kids from the Belvidere area that went to school here, that live here, because they've been able to score and we high on the test enough to be considered. We can give an additional 5 points. We are coaching some of the kids in the high schools that, okay, if you want to come out and have a fire career, here are some college courses that you can take at community college that will help you go higher. You know, you have to look at public safety as our number one responsibility in the community. And when you look at those kinds of things and you want to move forward and improve your apartments on a year-to-year basis, none of these decisions to ask for money are made just to ask for money. They're based on, and you've heard the conversations, how they were determined, how they were put forward. If you look at the places that we miss gaps, the inspection bureau is something we talked about 4 years ago, about starting a comprehensive inspection bureau for our business community, which will help their fire ratings no end. Some businesses say, well, I don't want the firefighters, they want me to do this, they want me to do that. It's about public safety, and it will reduce your ratings and your cost for your insurance that will pay you back more than what you have to invest to meet a higher standard. And I think it's important because today, I guess it was yesterday, I was looking at my copy of the IMO magazine at home, and that just jumped out on me. That ad, it was a half-page ad, I think, that what had been achieved by lowering or that ISO rating to a 2. So I think that's an important consideration. Sometimes we get in these discussions and all we're interested in is looking at the cost in front of you on the page. And I think you have to look at the cost to the community over the larger picture. Just wanted to share that. Sorry, Chief, didn't mean to interrupt your presentation.
Thank you. One of the things I think I might have went over to also savings would take place, the fact that a lot of administrative stuff is done on overtime by a captain who comes in. So that's also another savings if that individual was to become an assistant chief. So, and then in closing, I'll, it's right up there. I could read it to you. I'm proud of what we've done in the last 3.5 years. There's no question. And I can say this, and I can look up there, and I can say this, and I'll look you right in the eye and tell you, there's nobody that trains harder than us. Don't take more care of our equipment and respond to our needs than better than what the Belvidere Fire Department does. I can honestly say that. I got some great people. Our department could be a lot better if we have a position like this that could take care of like a lot of our needs. So, if anyone has any questions whatsoever on this, I gave everybody my business card, and I'd love to talk to you about it. So I'm gonna move on.
Okay, thank you. Please consider this carefully, and please call the chief or Becky or administration. We'll get you the answers that you're looking for, and we need to make an informed decision on this time. Okay, go ahead, Chief.
Next one, next page is overtime. Forgive me, I lost my glasses somewhere, so.
Can you see?
Okay, so page 3 of 20, overtime. Is increased, I believe, this by way of this would be salaries.
Right.
So we're went from, if you can look over to the left, upper left there, we've actually been able to bring that overtime down from fiscal year 15, it's 334,000. We're able to work on this down to 234, then down to 200. I don't know what happened in 18, but we're down to 136. obviously everybody knows this is because of somebody might have got hurt, long-term sicknesses or injury. But I think the department is holding its own in overtime.
And here again, same as the police department, the amount allocated is per the contribution amount that was approved by City Council back in November. Total payment to fire pension will be $1,103,286. The remainder is paid from replacement tax. Health insurance, same thing, it's up a little bit, but not much. We had a really good renewal rate. This just has to do with, employees having children, spouses, etc.
You're doing good, Becky. Go ahead.
Dental insurance, status quo. Uniform allowance. Yep.
Uniform allowance, it is what you see here. Each individual on the department, with the exception of the administrative assistant, receives $1,000 to use for their allowance or for their uniform every year. So, as you can see, there's two Class A uniforms per contract, $1,400. The Class A uniforms are the ones that we wear for ceremonies and events and promotions and what have you. Those are $700 a piece. Typically, first you must pass your probation period of 1 year to receive that. To receive that allowance for that Class A uniform. So, any questions? Here we have training, page 8 of 20. Training is something that we've been getting we've been kind of whittling it down and stuff. We started back in 17. It was up to $30,540, and we've found some things that we can do to lessen our expenditure in training. We've done a lot of in-house stuff where we, like for instance, I mentioned earlier, where we trained the department on fire apparatus engineer. That's the ability to pump a fire truck, basically, is what that is. So, a little big savings there, because if we were to send that out, that's typically about $700 to $800 per person to have that certification. Any questions on training? Okay, page 9 of 20, repair, maintenance of the buildings. The biggest expenditure there, and it has been for the last 3 years, has been tuck point in the Station 1. This year, my hopes are that I can get the south wall, the window sills. If you go by the Station 1, you'll see that they are deteriorating. The old limestone sills. So I'm hoping to have that fixed. But I have a local contractor who feels he has some expertise in the area, and hopefully he can help me out with that, help us. So, any other questions pertaining to repair, maintenance of buildings? Next page was page 10 of 20, repair, maintenance of equipment. This is something we started back in fiscal year 18. Looks like we're getting it streamlined. And typically what happens here is in the National Fire Protection Agency recommends that we test ladders and hose each year. And that's our biggest cost right there. Also, Captain Shade will come, he'd come before you and requesting radio batteries and radios for that matter, and that's also a big expenditure. Any questions? Repair, maintenance maintenance equipment. Page 11, repair maintenance of vehicles. Let's see here, 53,500. We're holding the line in there. If you look in the left-hand column there, you'll see that we still have some aging apparatus, namely our 2002 American LaFrance, that's engine 102, and then also our 92 Sutphin engine, that's reserve engine 101. Something of note, you might think that why is the American LaFrance still in there? Because we thought we were going to be trading that in. I was able to keep that engine because I noticed that when I was down at Alexis that they were just putting them in a junkyard right in the middle of their facility there, and I talked the owner into letting us keep it because I thought it would look better in our Station 2 than it would down there. So anyway, that was a savings of over $8,000 to us. Others, 2005 Chevy Tahoe, that's getting, it has 110,000 miles on it now. But with your help, though, we have come a long ways as far as the equipment, and we're definitely taking a good turn. As you can see, we have a 2011 ladder truck, and it gets better. You know, we have a boat that's a 13, and a utility truck that's a 16, and a 17 Ford Expedition, which I get to drive. And also we have a Polaris Ranger, and then the latest edition, which has been very welcome, was the Lexus engine, the new 101, which, by the way, is made the calendar for this year. The Lexus calendar. So.
September. A copy in my office. You'd like to see beautiful picture.
Was there any questions on the equipment? This page 12 of 20, this I have an IT guy to be Captain Shadle, and he didn't work today, so he's off. I will see him tomorrow. If you have any questions, I'd prefer that you went to him on that. Page 13 of 20. Physicals, like Chief Woody said, it's some people take advantage of, some do not. So. Page 14 to 20, fire prevention education. That is something we increased that last year to 12,000, and this year we're holding the line at 12,000. We feel that a lot of the things that we've gotten, that we've purchased, or one-time or probably one-time expenditures, and so therefore our costs are holding the line. Fire prevention, as I've stated in years past, is probably the most important non-emergency thing that we do as a fire department, and I feel our department does a really good job with that. We are also in the schools, and we provide CPR and AD training. My guys also are certified. One of the few departments in Northern Illinois are certified car safety seat installers. So a lot of good things are happening in there. The next page is page 15 of 20. The emergency medical service line. That is a new line as well. Back in 18, we implemented that. And Captain Burdick does a whale job with our EMS, the best it's ever been in my 24 years. And he too he's a frugal individual as well, and he keeps the line down. So like I said, this is the new line, and it's pretty much holding true at 11.5. Any questions on the EMS? EMS, as you all may know, is the largest volume of calls that we, as a fire department, respond to. We could be 75% of what we do is medical related incidents. Okay, page 16 of 20, office supplies. Again, that's, we've been able to reduce our office supplies. My administrative assistant does a really good job. She's great at finding sales, and she's kept our costs down in the office supply area. Any questions on office supplies? Page 17, gas and oil. That's depends on what the out there in this is something that Becky says it's just trend, it trends. So we're at 20 grand, and last we were at 18.9 before, 14.3. So it all depends on oil prices, I guess. So
I'm comfortable right now.
very comfortable with that figure. All right, gas and oil. Any questions on gas and oil? All right, page 18, operating supplies. Basically, as you can see, batteries and cleaning supplies. We maintain our own stations, so the guys have to have the supplies and cleaning supplies to take care of them. A lot of this expenditure is from our own maintenance. Pretty much everything is a lot of that is clean supplies, basically. Page 19 is miscellaneous expense. That's something sometimes we use it, sometimes we don't. I have just anything I may need to go pick up real quick for an event or something. So miscellaneous expense. Any questions on that? And page 20, equipment. One of the big things that you guys, I come before you at times is personal protection equipment, and that'd be our coats and our pants and gloves for and helmets for firefighting, structural firefighting activities. That's our biggest, typically our biggest expense. Other than that, yeah, fire hose replacement on occasion. I have $5,000 right there. We do need some fire hose, and I will be probably coming to the council to make that purchase. We did. We lost a few hose lines in a structure fire recently, so we had to replace them. And typically, that's an insurance claim, which takes a long time for us to get that money reimbursed. So, any questions on the equipment line? Now we're to the final page. 5-year capital expenses. As you can see, our new engine payment number 4 of 7 is on the in the cards for this year. And then also the number 2 up there, mini pumper. I want to explain to you, to the council, briefly about what that is. A mini pumper is, as you can see, it's a smaller fire engine, and it usually, because of the fact it is a smaller fire engine, it comes at typically half the cost. And what it can do for us is this. We presently have ladder 150. Take these off. We have ladder 150, and it's a 2011. Ladder trucks aren't meant to go on every call, every EMS call, every to be run around. They take a lot of wear and tear. Also, a lot of wear and tear on the streets. They're quite heavy. Right now, over at Station 2, we have ladder 150 with 40,000 miles on it. And my hopes are is we could get a mini pumper that we'd position it next to ladder 150 at station 2, and we'd utilize that for our medical calls and dumpster fire calls, car fires, accidents, and what have you. Right now, like I mentioned, engine 102 is running out of station 2. It has 127,000 miles on it, which is a lot for a fire engine. It's a 2002. As I mentioned earlier, typically you don't hang on to a fire engine as long as what we do. We get more out of our equipment than most do, especially once you consider we have a 1993 Sutphen engine. Up until last year, we were running that out first, the first out response, and that's unheard of. And this test to the Captain Zombrego keeping our stuff running. He does a great job with that. But these things will eventually have to go away. So the mini pumper is my idea. I didn't invent it, but it's an opportunity for us to potentially have a vehicle at half the cost of what a full size engine would cost us. It can carry 300 gallons of water. It can pump at 1,500 gallons per minute, just like its big brothers. It carries ladders, carries extrication equipment. What you don't get with it is you don't get it's a smaller footprint. You don't get the large fire engine. So, anyone has any questions on it, I'd love to answer them. Yes, Mr.
Porter, go ahead.
Sir.
Is that like a four-wheel drive, a smaller vehicle? You take it to grass fires and that type of thing?
Yeah, it's a 4x4. It's a crew cab, so you can put 4 individuals. You can put 4 firefighters in there. And yes, it does. It's a 4-wheel drive as well on dualies. You could utilize it in wildland fire situation, but the preference would not to really take it off road. It does have a box on the back, and it probably could be pretty rough on it if you do it quite often. We do have another vehicle, Rescue 160, that we utilize for that type of activity.
So, what I'm getting from your presentation so far is by having that smaller, more agile engine to do medical calls, dumpster fires, so forth, you're saving the mileage and the wear and tear on the big engines, which cost you an arm and a leg just for tires. Right?
Yes, that's true, Mayor. The next time the city has to purchase a ladder truck, would probably will be well over $1 million to make that purchase. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. I forgot to mention that. Probably the starting cost would probably be $1.2 million for a new ladder truck. So the way what I'm trying to do here would be to have this type of vehicle here, which, like you said, would prolong ladder 150's life. Any other questions pertaining to a mini pumper?
Questions, anyone?
And you will have an opportunity, not the next meeting, but the meeting after, where we'll revisit all these capital items. We'll have a better look at the budget and how much money you have to work with. And then at that point, you can decide, what items are the most important to the departments, what we can afford, maybe what we can't afford, things like that.
Okay. Alderman Sanderson, please go ahead.
Yes, I just, so a regular size pumper, how many gallons does that hold? Just curious.
Water-wise, 500 gallons up to some places put 1,000 on board. Right now, our newest engine 101 has 650 gallons on board.
Does the minute have the capabilities of going through the fire hydrants too, and put through those?
Yes, certainly. It could be used for structural firefighting.
Alderman Snow.
I guess the big thing that I see here is that at almost $250,000, you want to buy a new piece of equipment, and the addition of a administrative person on your end, an assistant, in 2 years, plus a command vehicle for him to drive, that's $250,000. And I'm guessing if anything's going to come down, you're going to probably have to make a decision as to which one you really want. Because that's $500,000 in 2 years that's gone. That we have a lot of other issues like the flooding issues and stuff that takes resources away from that's going to become an issue and a problem to justify.
Yep, you're exactly correct. I'm looking for your guys' advice as well. And I know that's a lot of money, but it's also stuff that my department needs, and I wanted to bring it to your attention.
Okay. So concludes this evening's portion of the fire budget presentation, which then finance and personnel unfinished business. There is none this evening. Were you going to go over the rest of these? I don't know why you turn the lights on. Or we're going to discuss those later. Becky?
Do you want to finish your?
I just said one more item on there. Infrastructure needs. Station 2's bathroom needs remodeling. We've had that in the works for a couple of years, and I wanted to put it back in the budget. And it's not good over there at Station 2 and in the bathroom. So we'd like to do something about it.
Okay. Is that it? All right. Finance and personnel, new business. Attorney Drella / IT man. Talk to us about the Barracuda web security.
/HR/check all trades. We've had some issues over the last several years with viruses and malware infecting client computers within City Hall. In some cases, on 2 different occasions a year or 2 ago, it was so pervasive that we actually were blacklisted, meaning internet web servers around the country locked down our email servers so we could not send or receive emails for a period of time until we were able to clean our servers off. We utilize Joel Shadden, who works for the PSB as their lead technician, as kind of an outside consultant slash inside consultant. He comes over during the day, after hours, weekends, whenever we need help done, to assist with all of our IT issues that I cannot handle, which frankly, as time goes on, becomes more and more often because they keep advancing. I happened to ask him a while back. I said, we had fires getting one of our computers, and we were able to clean it relatively quickly. Damage wasn't too bad. But I said, Joel, why is this happening, and how many do you have to deal with at the PSP? He goes, well, we haven't had a virus in 2.5 years. I said, why? Well, we have a web filter. You don't. Maybe I should get one. The theory is these filters do a couple things. One, they are another layer of security from malware and for viruses that can affect your systems. The second thing they do, though, is they can recognize sites that are common purveyors of that kind of issues and prevent your users from going to those sites, basically lock them down. The third thing you can do with them is you can affirmatively prevent users from going to certain sites that you know might be bad. The most common one that schools would use, of course, would be sites that have explicit images on them. You could also use the lockdown, Facebook, social media, things like that. And it's strong enough where we can do it by the individual users opposed to citywide. So, for example, if we had one person that had a need to use Facebook to update fire department or Heritage Days type websites or Facebook pages, we could give that one user that permission while blocking to everybody else. So the recommendation is to obtain a web filter to better protect our systems. I did go through and asked Joel for his recommendation. He recommended the Barracuda Web Security Gateway 310, which is quoted by Entree. I also did go out and get concepts of what the same hardware cost at Newegg and CDW. In both cases, the hardware costs were significantly greater than what would be to purchase it through Entree Computer Systems. Entree has a unique relation with Barracuda, which allows them to get better prices. As part of the quote, they offer either a 1-year update replacement guarantee or a 3-year update replacement guarantee. It'd be our recommendation to go with the 3-year update replacement guarantees because you have to do the updates anyway, or it's not much good. And it is cheaper to go with the 3-year versus the 1-year as a year-by-year basis. A second reason to go with the 3-year update and replacement guarantee is after 4 years, we'd have to update it again or renew it at that point. Barracuda will actually give you a brand new piece of equipment, an updated piece of equipment, if you buy the updates at that point. And they do that for free. So the recommendation is to purchase the Barracuda Web Security Gateway 310 with the 3-year Energizer updates and this instant replacement guarantee for the total of $5,924.08. Motion to approve.
Make that motion.
Alderman Crawford, we have a second. Alderman Brooks. Questions, comments, further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Approved unanimously forward to the City Council for final disposition. Thank you, Mr. Drella. So now that brings us to 5 other. First up, street light installation, Sager Plat 3 and Trip Road. Director Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. A memo in your packet regarding street light installation for Sager Plat number 3 along Trip Road. The developers required to install street lighting. We have some existing ComEd utility poles along Trip Road that we can utilize for those street lights. Attached to the memo is a customer work agreement with Commonwealth Edison. The developer is responsible for the initial cost. However, because the lights are ultimately going to become the city's through the agreement with ComEd, the agreement itself has to be with the city. Therefore, I would recommend approval of the ComEd customer work agreement in the amount of $10,140.23 for the installation of 4 LED street lights on the existing utility poles along Trip Road, adjacent to the Sager Plat 3 subdivision. Becknell Industrial, the developer of Sager Plat 3, will reimburse the city for this cost.
Motion
Thank you. So are those, well, aren't they supposed to be like 300 feet apart? Or is that what that's going to be in Stagger Park and Trip Road? Or
The section
farther apart?
that section is on Sager, yes, so it'll be approximately about 300. They're on existing poles, so we got to go with that existing spacing. So they're going to be approximately 300 feet. There's one on each intersection on each end, and then two in the middle.
Yeah, I just thought if we get reimbursement or something, we should have it right. Yeah. Thank you.
Alderman Frank?
Brent, excuse me, how long does it take for us to get reimbursed?
I've already sent the information back now. And we have a letter or subdivision bond with them until the improvements, until everything's all done. So that won't be released until we're reimbursed.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is passed unanimously, and we forward the City Council for final disposition, which brings us to our final item this evening, filter screen replacement at the wastewater treatment plant. Director Anderson.
Again, memo in your packet, filter screens. We've got 4 disc filter vessels at our wastewater treatment plant. The good news is that the screens to replace the screens are only $144.02. However, each one of the vessels contains 364 screens. Therefore, it's $52,423.28 to replace the screens for each vessel. They were installed late 2011, early 2012. They're starting to see some where we need to start replacing them. I'm recommending that we budget and that we expend the $52,000 per year over the next 4 years to ultimately replace all of our screens. I would recommend approval of the purchase of 364 filter fabric screens from Viola Water Technologies. They're the parent company of Kruger. They are proprietary, so we will not be able to get bids. At a cost of $52,423.28. We're going to pay for these from our sewer depreciation account, and we'll also need a motion to waive the bidding requirement at council.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
No, second by Crawford. Questions, comments, further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? passed unanimously for city council for final disposition, and we'll need a motion to overcome the bid. Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I will entertain the motion.
I'll make the
Adjourn.
motion.
Motion by Alderman Crawford, second by Alderman Sanderson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We are adjourned. Thank you for your patience and attention this evening.